Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang Clan City. Looking at the buildings on the mountain, Bai Feng sighed. He was a clan elder of Bai Clan. When he was young, he roamed the southern border and came to Shang Clan City. Now that he came again, his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic Gu Masters. Do you think those two demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Dao Ku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai Clan was #1 in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive Gu Master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically, this was very likely. They found many remains along the way, as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhan Lai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Feng and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands. Only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. All right, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything, we will spend some yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Feng and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pear token and waved it. The guard looked at it, and after confirming it, said, the yellow pear token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee. Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 yuan stone. Brother, have you seen these 2 enter the city? Bai Zhan Lai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Feng and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while, there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhan Lai, what are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu Master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me, slandering a righteous youth of Shang Clan. Bai Zhan Lai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang Clan City, even if he was an elder of Bai Clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guards saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu Master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing, until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. All right, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang Clan is like? Only then did the city gate guards stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city, dejectedly. Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city. Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhan Lai, Bai Lian, and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way, they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tan Jing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanqing to the ground. Shi Nanqing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth, and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate, hee. Wait until Guyue Fangjing rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangjing. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped, and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later, in the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang! A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. "I admit defeat." The middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing? Admitting defeat before even fighting. Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th Inner City, who dares to fight with Fangzheng? All-out effort Gu is too fierce. Everyone sighed. The battle had just started, but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person, who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it to Li Ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone. He really gave it again. This Gua Fangzheng might be ruthless, but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone. He has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be repaid. From this point, I really admire Gua Fangzheng. If he wins this round, he will have 29 net wins. Just one more round and he will rise to 4th Inner City. Let's leave quickly. Who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Gua Fangzheng, after so much effort, we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhan Lai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long. They were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end, they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shangclan City. Before this, they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well. He even changed his gu worms, and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind. How can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good. He saved Shang Clan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shang Clan City, we can't touch him. He is protected by Shang Clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth. She had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the 2 young clan leaders was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her side. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper, while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Daoku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fang Yuan had charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fang and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fang and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master. And Tai Daoku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort Gu would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying, it was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Feng Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Some were respectful, some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 yuan stone. I still lack 30,000. Feng Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu, but there was no mountain-back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain-back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators, and Feng Yuan still obtained over 6,000 yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Feng Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now, I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th Inner City. The competition in 4th Inner City is very intense. There are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the steel tendon Gu, I can add more beast phantoms. But adding beast phantoms was a painstaking process. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Feng Yuan got promoted to 4th Inner City, he faced huge pressure. He needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction, there was an instant success Gu. If I can get it, I can obtain new beast phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have too little yuan stone. I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Guyue Fengzheng, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai, Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Feng Yuan. Chapter 299. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the #1 descendant of Bai clan. They had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian. She had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Feng Yuan's heart? In the end, Feng Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others, like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Feng Yuan did not know them. But even so, Feng Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's net has a long way to go. Guyue Fengzheng, you killed 2 of my Bai clan's young clan leaders. Even if you escape to Shan Clan City, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted, Fengzheng, you buried a trap and killed my Tai clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. I, Tai Dao Ku, will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Feng Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show. Countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai clan? Strange. How? Come, I don't know that I killed your clansmen. Feng Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu. You dug a huge trap. Your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way. Who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire. He wanted to cut Feng Yuan into pieces. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing. So that's it. It seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news. It makes me feel better. You. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open. He was furious. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good. Fengzheng, you are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai clan young master. You are making an enemy out of my Tai clan. So what if we become enemies? Fong Yuan shrugged and sneered. What a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass, skirt monkeys. In the end, you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai clan have to track me? Seeking death, ha ha ha. It's good that you died, it's a wonderful death. Oh, these words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai clan? Is Feng Jing crazy? Tai clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shan clan. Tai clan is capturing demonic Gu masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the red bud token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shan clan city, you are Shan clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yen Fei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shan clan would think that Shan clan was afraid of Tai clan. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Daoku to calm down slightly. Fong Yuan had the red bud token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fong Zheng, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shan clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Daoku followed. Feng Zheng, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape. You have committed a great crime. You must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. He was not afraid of these people. Even if Bai Feng, Tai Daoku, Bai Zhanlai, and Bai Lian were rank 3 Gu masters, if they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation... Fong Yuan pondered in his heart and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, You're Bai clan obtained by Gu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Bai Gu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders. Once he said this, Bai clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fong Yuan's tone, it seemed the 2 young clan leaders were not dead. Feng Zheng, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. Feng Zheng, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Bai Gu inheritance, but we can't even find the 2 young clan leaders. Bai Lian shouted coldly. Bai Gu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous. Fong Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing, Why would I bring those 2 burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think. Deceive you? I'm not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan? Feng Zheng, if the 2 young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family. Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fong Yuan and get the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders from him. You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal. Let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in 3rd Inner City. Fong Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders was not a small matter. It concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fong Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, let's go to Lion Restaurant. Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant. It was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from northern plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. All of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball. It was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs. and placed them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name Lion Meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fong Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish Lion Meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background. It had many secret rooms. Many Shan clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fong Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, Lion Meatball. "Tell me, where are the 2 patriarchs of our clan?" Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. "If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai clan master to leave." Fong Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. Why? Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fong Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan." Fong Yuan's tone was unyielding. "I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise, I won't say it." Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the 2 young clan leaders. He had to be cautious. Thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. "Speak. Don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shan Clan City. There are many goo-worms here that can prove your words." Bai Feng said sternly. Fong Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. "Whereabouts? Of course they are dead. You are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you." "What? You dare to trick us?" "Fang Zheng, you are courting death." Bai clan's people were enraged. They stood up and rushed towards Fong Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fong Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fong Yuan, they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shan Clan. "Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shan Clan City." Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring. Drying up, they were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Bai Gu inheritance. Everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shan Clan, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fong Yuan sat calmly on his seat. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, "I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan spirit spring is about to dry up. You can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Truly amazing." These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "How did you know about this?" This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan. Even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fong Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? "Of course, I heard it from the 2 young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust in exchange for a chance to live." Fong Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. "Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The 2 young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could they know about this?" Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fong Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing. Once the clan's spirit spring dries up, Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. Its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing. The two young clan leaders were still children. Their credibility was not high. But he lost his composure this time, lost his sense of propriety, and undoubtedly proved this matter. Bai Feng was extremely regretful. He wanted to slap his own mouth. His nature was impatient. He could not hide things. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been chased out of the clan by his father, forcing him to wander and polish his character. These years he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 300. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. He was about to deny it, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his plan. Don't try to cover it up, it's useless. The spirit spring is drying up, and the production of yuan stone will definitely decrease. You by clan covered it up well, and used your treasury or trade to make up for this shortcoming. But there are definitely traces of this, and as long as someone keeps investigating, they will be able to find out, Fang Yuan said calmly. Bai Feng clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan, wishing he could skin him alive. Seeing his elder's expression, even the stupidest person would know the truth. Spirit Spring, our clan's spirit spring is drying up? Bai Lian was scared out of her wits and fell on the chair. Bai Zhan Lai pursed his lips and fell into silence. The others also did not speak and were both shocked and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely oppressive. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Your Bai clan is really in danger. The spirit spring is drying up, and if you can't find a new spirit spring, even the strongest clan will fall apart. Now that you obtained the White Bones inheritance, the surrounding forces are all jealous. Say, if I spread this secret information, what will happen? No. Bai Lian's face paled, and she hurriedly said. The others also thought of the severity of the situation, and their expressions became extremely serious. Now that Bai clan obtained the White Bones inheritance, their strength increased, and they gained this advantage. The surrounding great clans were all watching covetously and with hidden fear. If the news of the spirit spring was leaked, Bai clan would be exposed and become a paper tiger, and the surrounding forces would definitely make a move. They definitely did not want to see Bai clan survive this crisis, obtain the White Bones inheritance, and increase their strength, surpassing them. Therefore, they must keep this information secret. Everyone from Bai clan was awakened by Fang Yuan, and they all understood. Bai Zhanlai and the others stared at Fang Yuan with even more ferocity, and their killing intent boiled. Want to kill me? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and shook his finger. Since I met you alone, I naturally made full preparations. To be honest, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These words were not without reason. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. All right, let's get down to business. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pressed his hand down and said, "Sit down, let's talk." Talk about what? What's there to talk about with you? Humph. Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, but even though he said that, he still sat down. The others hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. The tense scene of swords drawn and bows drawn suddenly eased a little. Of course, it's about the hush money. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy. Of course you have to compensate me. Yuan stone. I want yuan stone. Give me 3 million yuan stone. And I promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. Fang Yuan's words made everyone jump again. How dare you threaten us? You killed 2 of our young clan leaders. How dare you ask for the yuan stone? Fang Zheng, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk my life and die with you. Everyone roared in unison. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He stood up and stared at everyone with his fierce eyes. That's right, I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I'll leak this news. What, you want to die with me? Humph, believe it or not. Even if I die, this news will still be leaked. At that time, you'll be the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Feng Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You. Feng Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the red bud token. Try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, it's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhan Lai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather, Bai Zhanwen, died because of Feng and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Feng Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Feng Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Feng Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it. Baigu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me, and by Ningbing, we were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful. I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shan Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person. 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere. This secret is only known by a few people. It has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Feng Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone. You really know how to extort. Feng Zheng, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands. My clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you, and many of our clansmen. In order to protect you on Baigu Mountain, we lost many experts, and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying, but they all had one similarity. That was deep hatred towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression changed as he sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Very good. Feng Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Feng Yuan. I will tell you the truth. I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shan Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. Feng Zheng, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Feng Yuan, glaring fiercely. Feng Yuan said lightly, You want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected, his gaze dazed. Slap. Feng Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength. With just a little bit of force, he made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans. Feng Yuan snorted. His words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Feng Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king." Fang Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then he looked at the crowd. "You are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here, having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough." Fang Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles heel. Fang Yuan grasped this point and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death, causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. "I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider." Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer, Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much. We cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed and their boiling killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled. 3 million. I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time. Pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. Chapter 301. What are these people doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Dao Ku stood with his arms crossed, his suspicions getting deeper. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not secure. Once the fight started, he would be able to sense it immediately. But the problem was, from start to finish, it had been quiet. Tai Dao Ku could not figure it out. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from the inside. "Brother Dao Ku, please come in. We have finished our discussion," a Bai clan Master said. Tai Dao Ku walked into the secret room and saw the wine table smashed by Bai Zhanlai's fist. All kinds of delicacies were mixed together and scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Tai Dao Ku could not help but raise his brows. Evidently, this banquet could no longer be enjoyed. Even if it could be eaten, the Bai clansmen had no appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions were lifeless, as if they had suffered great injuries. Only Fang Yuan's expression was normal and even had some rosy luster. He had already reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen and even used the poison Vao Gu on the spot. Everything was set in stone. What happened? Tai Dao Ku was bewildered. "I'm leaving first. I hope you guys behave yourselves." Fang Yuan said this and walked out of the secret room. "Fang Zheng, wait for me in the battle stage." Tai Dao Ku growled. Fang Yuan ignored him, his figure turning around and disappearing from everyone's sight. "Everyone, what happened?" Tai Dao Ku was extremely puzzled, turning around and asking. Why did the Clansmen's expressions change after talking for a while? There was no trace of vengeance in them. Sigh. Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Dao Ku with a complicated gaze. Brother Tai, this happened too suddenly. It is not convenient to tell you. Our Bai clan will withdraw. We will not deal with Feng and Bai anymore. What? Tai Dao Ku was speechless, showing an expression of disbelief. Our Bai clan is small. We cannot afford to be troubled. Goodbye. Bai Feng stood up and walked out of the secret room. Everyone, don't worry, he sided with Shan clan. But does that mean our Tai clan is not the overlord of southern border? Tai Dao Ku hurriedly persuaded. To deal with Feng and Bai, the more the better. If Bai clan retreated, he would be alone. But how would he know the secret? He was unable to persuade them, and the Bai clans were determined to separate. In the end, he couldn't stop them. Looking at the departing figures of the Bai clans, Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold as he mumbled. Subduing the enemy without fighting, Fang Zheng, you played a good trick. But don't think that Tai Dao Ku, will give up. Humph. He was determined. Others had given up, but he still chose to persevere. He decided to go to the martial arts practice area to register now. He wanted to snipe Fang Yuan on the martial arts practice field. Sir, please wait a moment. The shop assistant rushed over and politely blocked his way with a smile on his face. You haven't paid the bill yet. Ah. 500,000 yuan stone. Such a large sum of money, and they're only giving us 1 day. How are we going to collect it? Bai Lian said worriedly as they walked on the wide street. With my status as an elder of the Bai clan, I can go to the bank to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I can only pawn it off as a small tornado. Bai Feng had already come to a realization. Bai clan's people were moved. Bai Zhanlai cried out involuntarily, Lord Elder, your small tornado gu is your core gu. Are you really going to pawn it off? Bai Feng showed a bitter smile. Even if Elder pawns off the small tornado gu, you won't be able to gather 200,000. Pawn my lotus coat gu as well. Bai Lian pursed her lips. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well. And my small wind drill gu as well. My 3-pronged bone spear as well, Bai Feng slowly nodded. Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it. Lord Elder. Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed. Don't say any more, I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper. Only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones. Yes, Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later, at the large-scale auction. Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light, silver, primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu. 25,000, 28,000, 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath goo was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions, he could not. Please take a look. This is a flame heart goo, shaped like a miniature volcano. After the goo master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type goo worms. Rank 3 flame heart goo. Starting price is 30,000 yuan stone. On the stage, the goo master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000! At once, the high price of 5,000 yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. 36,000, 38,000, 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Fang Yuan sat in the private room, watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shang Clan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The goo masters living in Shang Clan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune, and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions, they were all rare goo. They were at least rank 3 or above. There were almost no goo below rank 3. Other than goo worms, there were also rare goo food, rare and precious refinement materials, goo refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks, as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings, and so on. Frost breath goo, flame heart goo. These could only be sold for 30 to 40,000. Compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army goo, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army goo. It could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the goo master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 goo only sold for 100,000. Plant army goo's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 goo. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands, in this auction house it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier goo. Instant success goo was a rare rank 4 goo. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic goo and a golden shield goo. After that, he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly. It had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort goo as the core and self-reliance goo, he was still lacking a bitter strength goo. This item was not cheap and was extremely rare. Even in Shang Clan City it was rare. Why? There were few people who used it, and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of goo worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength goo, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic goo is in my hands, but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on by Ningbing. This white silver relic goo should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone. there is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up. Every 2 years there is a super auction in Clan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Clan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Baigu inheritance to search for Baigu Mountain's spirit spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life. I have to be on guard. Bai Clan has already chased me here. Can Tai Clan be far? Tai Clan, Demon Suppression Tower. As for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fong Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Shi Building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes. Their fragrances assailed the nostrils. Their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers, just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male Gu masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other Gu masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Shi Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai Clan Gu master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai Clan. Sai, don't look at me. Please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Gu. In the secret room, Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a Gu flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the ground and supported Fong Yuan on top of the cloud. Fong Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Yang Cloud Gu. A white light broke through the air, and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fong Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the 2 clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fong Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fong Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink. The yang cloud was white. Yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the 2 clouds. At first, there were only 1 or 2 traces, but soon they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time, they formed into one. Fong Yuan had already activated the Sky Canopy Gu. His body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time, he activated the All-Out Effort Gu and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body, like dark blue chains, trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fong Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fong Yuan cancelled the All-Out Effort Gu, but this boar phantom did not disappear. It was like a bird in a cage, firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the yin-yang twin cloud goo to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the yin-yang twin cloud's goo was rank 3, it was an ordinary goo, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once, he refined a breaking words goo to get rid of the poison Vao goo in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar goo and white boar goo on Qing Mao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort goo could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4, there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore, the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the yin-yang cloud goo and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the yin cloud goo and yang cloud goo. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle. Blue lightning connected the yin-yang cloud goo and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another goo. This goo was like a dragonfly, with 3 pairs of wings and the size of palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, for colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success goo, with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank for consumable goo. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud goo on one hand and pouring his light, silver primeval essence into the instant success goo on the other. His primeval C level continued to fall. 80%, 70%, 60% instant success goo was a rank 4 goo, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light, silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light, silver primeval essence. His primeval C level started to rise again, 40%, 50%, 60%. Like this, the primeval C level rose and fell several times before the instant success goo was filled and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success goo and stored the yin-yang twin cloud goo. The yin-yang twin cloud goo could be sold to shops and with the purple thorn token. As long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing goo from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed goo, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their goo at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success goo, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this goo was activated, it could not be stopped and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength goo in his aperture. This Gu was a rank 3 Gu and could modify the Gu Master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength Gu, Fong Yuan's body was numb and itchy as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months. It was a painstaking effort. But right now, Fong Yuan still had the instant success Gu. He breathed in deeply and released the restriction on the instant success Gu. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified. The 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success Gu's light faded again, and at this moment it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fong Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success, Gu had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again, Fong Yuan wiped his sweat. Ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body, he used another Gu. He had to make the best use of the instant success Gu before it was used up. Green Bull Labor Gu. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. His brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fong Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success Gu, it still had 2 wings left, and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow floating in the air. Fong Yuan felt waves of headache. His ears were buzzing, and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone, turtle strength Gu in his aperture. But this time, halfway through, the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The instant success Gu had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture. But under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Fong Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. An intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success Gu, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange he got rid of the boar strength phantom and gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a turtle. Thankfully, he was still young and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Fong Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later, on the battle stage, Fong Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang! A bell rang and the battle began. "I admit defeat," the opponent shouted, and the battle ended. Thereupon, Fong Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City, he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles, and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Gu Masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Fong Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. "I will return this money to you." Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was firm. "It is just a small matter. No need to worry about it. Brother Tai, what do you plan to do next?" An acquaintance smiled. Tai Dao Ku's expression turned resolute. "Guef Fengzheng is my target. I will not rest until I catch him. I also want to participate in Shang Clan's battle stage." after saying goodbye to his acquaintance. Tai Dao Ku went to the battle stage alone, but heard a grievous news. What? Fang Zheng went to 4th Inner City. Damn it. Tai Dao Ku clenched his fists, feeling unresigned. Fang Zheng, do you think you can escape? Humph. You went to 4th Inner City. Then I will fight my way there. Forget about the 3rd Inner City. Can a mere 5th Inner City stop me? Time is of the essence. Today is the first battle. I have refined ice crystal goo and turned it into my vital goo. I have also used vitality, goo, to prevent the backlash of the ice crystal's power. This way, the core has been successfully created. I have chosen the ice edge goo for close combat. Then should I use snowball goo or icicle goo for long-range combat? Bai Ningbing pondered as he walked onto the battle stage. Oh, it's you. Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ningbing and was dazed before becoming overjoyed. This is great. Heaven has eyes to actually let me meet you in the first battle. Chapter 303. Honestly speaking, Bai Ningbing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. Wen Fang and Bai left Qingmao Mountain. Tai Dao Ku's group was eating their dust. Even in the Baigu Mountain inheritance, during the final battle, Fang and Bai did not meet Tai Dao Ku. Not long ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai Clan's group arrived at Shangclan City, they met with Fang Yuan. Then, Fang Yuan lured them to Shirzi Lu, and after a few words, Bai Clan's group left behind 500,000 and fled. Tai Dao Ku was left alone. He was captured by the Lion Zi, Lu, to be a guard outside the gate. Bai Ningbing naturally did not know about this. But Tai Dao Ku knew about Bai Ningbing. From Bai Clan's arrest warrant, he had already memorized Fang and Bai's faces in the deepest part of his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ningbing, he was overjoyed. The heavens have been kind to me. The heavens have eyes and have given me the chance to take revenge so quickly. But after his joy, he was furious. Bai Ningbing's light, "Who are you?" caused all of Tai Dao Ku's grievances, anger, hatred, and humiliation to erupt, forming into a raging flame of revenge that gushed out like lava. "You murderer! You killed my young master. You almost killed me. You forced me to be a guard in a brothel. You caused my reputation to be ruined when I was seen by my acquaintances. All of this is because of you. You are the main culprit. You actually don't know who I am." "Ah!" Tai Dao Ku roared towards the sky, his face turning red as his intense killing intent burst out without concealing it. Clang! The battle started. Tai Dao Ku charged towards Bai Ningbing without hesitation. Feeling the opponent's sharp killing intent, Bai Ningbing squinted and snorted, charging towards him. The two approached each other quickly, reaching each other in an instant. Iron hand goo, hand blade goo. In an instant, Tai Dao Ku's hands turned into steel, and at the same time his palms turned into sharp blades. Ice blade goo. Bai Ningbing clasped his hands together and pulled, instantly forming an ice crystal blade. Clang! With a light sound, the iron hand was like a blade. The cold ice blade collided. The two of them crossed each other and ran 5 to 6 steps away from each other. Bai Ningbing twisted her waist and swung her hand. Chi-chi-chi. 3 icicles shot towards Tai Dao Ku's back. Tai Dao Ku grunted and turned around forcefully. He waved his arms, swoosh, 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 shattering all the icicles before fiercely charging at Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. In the short exchange just now, she already understood that this person was a formidable opponent. Very good. I can use him to test my combination of goo worms. Bai Ningbing's battle intent surged. She was not a freak like Fang Yuan. Without rich experience, she could only try one by one. Participating in the battle stage was firstly for the Yuan Stone, and secondly to hone his set of goo worms in battle. Swift Shadow Goo. At this moment, Tai Dao Ku's speed increased drastically, leaving a trail behind him like a tail. He suddenly sped up, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Bai Ningbing. So fast! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank. Tai Daoku had already stretched out his arms and raised them up high, chopping down towards Bai Ningbing with the momentum of an axe. Before he even hit, the sharp wind blew, causing Bai Ningbing's silver hair to flutter behind her head, and her face felt a slight chill. His arms were like two sharp blades, expanding rapidly in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Tai Daoku first used iron hand gu, then hand blade gu, causing the edges of his palms to become as sharp as blades. Not only that, the inside and outside of his forearms had also turned into flat and sharp blades. Tai Daoku's attack was powerful and unstoppable. Even a giant rock could be cut, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with Bai Ningbing's ice skin protection, she did not dare to take the attack head-on and could only retreat. Bai Ningbing retreated as she waved the ice blades in her hands to block. Tai Daoku raised his arms and danced like a windmill, chopping rapidly with his hand blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of ice blades and hand blades colliding could be heard continuously. Bai Ningbing condensed another ice blade, and with both blades in her hands, she retreated and blocked Tai Daoku's fierce attacks. Ice Blade Gu was the advanced Gu of rank 2 Ice Blade Gu. The blade was harder and sharper. But Tai Daoku was also using rank 3 Gu. He was using Iron Hand Gu and Hand Blade Gu together, and Hand Blade Gu was the core of his set of Gu worms. At once, ice shards flew, and the ice blades were covered in slash marks. Tai Daoku created a steel blade gale. He was older than Bai Ningbing and more experienced than her, adding on his anger and aura. He did not stop and force Bai Ningbing to retreat a few hundred steps. Tai Daoku was chosen by the Tai clan young master and became his right-hand man. He naturally had his own outstanding points. If the Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, then Tai Daoku would be an important elder like Wei Yang. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed, and after defending for a long time, she was bound to lose. Several wounds appeared on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. This won't do. Frost spit Gu. Bai Ningbing mobilized her primeval essence and poured it into her tongue. On her tongue, there was a hexagonal ice flower mark. It was the symbol of Frost spit Gu. Her cheeks puffed up, and she let out a breath of cold air. The light blue cold air immediately enveloped Tai Daoku, causing his arms and most of his chest to be covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air assaulted him, and Tai Daoku's body shuddered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head in a hot summer day, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling apart the distance between her and Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku wanted to attack again, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the chance? Icicle Gu, Snowball Gu. Sharp icicles and condensed snowballs flew towards Tai Daoku one after another. They formed a dense, rain-like attack wave, forcibly stopping Tai Daoku's charge. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of turbid air. Tai Daoku's attacks were fierce and swift, and only now did she catch her breath. This person is clearly not good at long-range battles and specializes in close combat. But in terms of blade skills, how can I lose to you? Ice Crystal Gu. Bai Ningbing was arrogant. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of gem-like blue eyes shot out a sharp cold light. Her earlier wounds had already stopped bleeding. This was the ability of ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice Crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Dao Ku, she did not even have the strength to activate the ice crystal Gu. Now, she could finally use it. When Gu masters used Gu, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or Gu refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once. He could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Dao Ku's attacks with all her might. Her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the ice crystal Gu at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Dao Ku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. Now it is my turn, she lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Dao Ku with cold killing intent. Clang, clang, clang. Both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Dao Ku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal. Her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Dao Ku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku's defensive Gu was very outstanding. He turned into a black Iron Man, and when the ice blades slashed at him, they left behind ice marks. But gradually, Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ningbing put down her defense and focused more on attacking. Soon, her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent. She is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ningbing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ningbing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat, Gu Master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing activated a Gu worm in her aperture. Ice explosion Gu. Bam! The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard. An explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change, and quickly activated Swift Shadow Gu to retreat. Bai Ningbing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement Gu, chasing after him and slashing madly. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ningbing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ningbing had the upper hand, it was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. I admit defeat, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Victory has been decided. Both sides stop. The hosting Gu Master immediately announced. Bai Ningbing sneered and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly, a huge formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shan Clan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting Gu Master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Humph. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing goo, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury and try his best to protect it. Chapter 304. This battle has ended. 70% of my primeval essence has been expended. Only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ningbing left the battle stage. As she walked, she summarized. After every battle, she would make a summary. Today's battle with Tai Dao Ku, although it was a pity that she did not kill him, Bai Ningbing's gains were huge. That battle, although intense, was short, but I expended so much primeval essence. Think about it, I have a great aptitudes, primeval essence, recovery speed. When the battle is intense, the primeval essence consumption of this set of goo worms would be much higher. Many goo masters found it difficult to combine goo worms at this point. Who did not like a powerful goo worm? But usually, the more powerful the goo worm, the more primeval essence it would expend. There were those with great power and little primeval essence consumption. Those were rare goo worms and their prices were high. Although Bai Ningbing still had money on hand, it was not as much as before. She was a smart person and quickly realized her situation and started to save money. In the past, she spent money extravagantly and did not have a clear idea of the value of yuan stone. That was because the clan was fully nurturing her. Now, she was managing the clan's finances, and after a period of time, she had already completed an important change in her mindset. Feng Yuan was improving, and Bai Ningbing was also improving rapidly. If only I had Feng Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, that would be great. At least in rank 3, I would not have to worry about primeval essence consumption. Bai Ningbing thought of this, and could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Feng Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path goo worms consumed the least primeval essence, and with his great aptitude, his primeval essence was abundant. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could not display its true value in his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. What if I can buy the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from Feng Yuan? Bai Ningbing shook her head and quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought from her mind. She was very clear what kind of person Feng Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss, and if one day she really took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from him, she would have to pay an even greater price. Without the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I can only reduce my goo worms. After careful consideration, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on the Snowball Goo. Snowball Goo, a high-tier rank 3 goo. She had originally planned to use it as a long-range attack method, but this goo really expended primeval essence. A snowball was still fine, but in the middle of a fierce battle, how could there only be one snowball? After 5 or 6 snowballs, the consumption of true essence was great. Give up the snowball goo and keep the icicle goo. Although the icicle goo was only rank 2, it could restrain the enemy to a certain degree. If it is used with the ice explosion goo, it can also pose a threat. Ice explosion goo was a rank 3 goo. It could detonate ice cubes and form an instant killing force. The bigger the ice, the longer it was, and the colder it was, the more powerful the explosion. In the battle with Tai Dao Ku earlier, it was the ice explosion goo that contributed. Of course, if Bai Ningbing was affected by the explosion, she would also be injured. However, if he transformed into ice crystals, his damage would drop by a level. Thinking about the exciting battle, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. Ordinary ice path, goo masters pursued defense or the ability to trap enemies. Only fire path goo masters and lightning path goo masters pursued explosive strength. But Bai Ningbing did the exact opposite. The ice explosion goo was an inspiration for her, but she had not expected the effect to be so good, surpassing her original expectations. The ice explosion goo is very effective in battles. It is very exciting. I need to continue developing it in the future. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She originally advocated for fierce attacks, using sharp icy winds to cut through everything. But after interacting with Fang Yuan day and night, she was influenced and slowly became interested in some sinister moves. She was very interested in all the exciting things in the world. Ice crystal goo, ice blade goo, icicle goo, ice explosion goo. Can this combination defeat Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing had always treated Fang Yuan as her number one imaginary enemy. Fang Yuan walks the strength path and has all-out effort goo. In close combat, he is even fiercer and more domineering than that guy. With my current methods, it will not be easy to win against him, unless I can use my killer move again. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. Originally, she used Whirlwind Goo, and Ice Blade Goo to form an ice tornado. But now that Bai Ningbing had broadened her horizons, this combination was already outdated. Ice Tornado could bully a rank 2, but it was barely effective against a rank 3. These days, Bai Ningbing had been pondering on how to improve her killer move, but she had no clue. She suddenly thought of something and quickened her pace. Right, today is Fang Yuan's first battle after he ascended to 4th Inner City. If I go and watch now, I can still make it. Kill him. Zhu Ba, quickly move. Hurry up and smash this kid to death. In my opinion, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to do it himself. Fang Zhang won't be able to take it. This kid is in trouble. He met Zhu Ba the moment he came up, which counters his strength path fighting style. At the side of the battle stage, there were many people discussing and moving. It seems Fang Yuan's battle attracted many spectators. That's right, the battle stage does not restrict the cultivation of the spectators. As long as a Gu master has money, they can come here to watch. Bai Ningbing came to the side of the battle stage and looked around, before placing her gaze on the stage. This was a mid-sized battle stage. The terrain was made of ordinary stone bricks. Fang Yuan was in an intense battle with a huge Gu master. According to the spectators' discussion, Fang Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba's body was huge. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was full of fat, making his head and limbs seem smaller. It was like a sumo wrestler on Earth, but magnified several times. In this world, be it Gu masters or mortals, their height would not exceed 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was obviously a result of using a Gu worm's power. In fact, this was normal. Many flying path Gu masters would make their bones hollow to reduce their weight. Some earth burrowing Gu masters would use bone, shrinking Gu to turn themselves into a dwarf. This way, when digging underground, they would consume much less energy. Bai Ningbing did not understand Zhu Ba, but listening to the intermittent discussions of the people around her, she understood Zhu Ba's fighting style. Zhu Ba was a Gu master who specialized in defense. The fat on his body gave him quite a bit of protection. Fang Yuan circled around Zhu Ba, his fists and legs flying as they landed on his body. When Zhu Ba's body received heavy blows, his fat swayed like water, distributing Fang Yuan's strength to all parts of his body. Next, he used a Gu worm to gather the strength and return it to Fang Yuan through a rebound method. The Gu on Zhu Ba's body was said to be from a demonic inheritance. As for how many Gu he had and what their names were, he had never exposed them. But his fighting style made people feel helpless, especially against strength path Gu masters. Fang Zhang, take a break, it's no use. I can rebound 80% of the strength of each of your punches back to you. After a round of punches and kicks, I will be fine, but you will be injured instead. Can't you feel it now? Zhu Ba said in a muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fang Yuan attack him from all sides, showing an unmoving bearing. Boar phantoms, brown bear phantoms, and crocodile phantoms continuously flashed above Fang Yuan's head. This scene was like a reenactment of him beating up the mountainback toad, But Zhu Ba was indifferent. You used all your strength. But the other party looked like nothing happened. How could this not make you discouraged? But Fang Yuan persevered, not saying a word as he circled around Zhu Ba and beat him. It had been like this since the start of the battle. It had already lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly retracting his attacks and taking a step back. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The rebound force from Zhu Ba had shaken his internal organs, causing him to suffer internal injuries. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy goo, and even golden shield goo. But this vibration force passed through these defenses and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs had not been strengthened, and even if he used self-reliance, goo to recover, his injuries were getting worse. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks, and the rebound force also disappeared. After a few breaths of time, his internal injuries were completely healed. Continue attacking. He took a step forward and pounced again, his fists smashing like meteors, each punch creating a whistling sound of the wind. The fat on 8th Zhu's body began to sway again. He endured the punches, and another wave of punches bounced back. Fang Zheng, you have healing goo. I also have healing goo. You will receive 80% of the attacks, while I will only receive 20%. You can't outlast me. You might as well admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fang Yuan only attacked without saying a word. When blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he stopped his attacks and used self-reliance, goo to heal himself. Although he had lost the strength of a boar, he gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a tortoise. Self-reliance, goo's effect, had already surpassed flesh-bone goo. As this situation continued, the spectators were starting to feel a little unwilling. Some of them even started to yawn. So boring! I really don't know why Fang Zheng is fighting so hard. Zhu Ba is also acting strangely today. Why hasn't he taken the initiative to attack? Isn't this his usual style? First defend and waste the opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then attack and beat the opponent to the ground. This is where the problem lies. Fang Zheng is too passionate. He hasn't shown any signs of being discouraged, even after fighting for so long. He is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is also low. If this stalemate continues, when will it end? Can't you see the situation? Zhu Ba is teasing the newcomer. These words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Fang Yuan was indeed an inexperienced newcomer in the eyes of these goo masters who spent most of their time in the battle zone. Fang Zheng, there is really no meaning in fighting like this. I have no interest in your all-out effort, goo. As a senior, I don't want to bully a newcomer like you. You should take the initiative to retreat. I promise I won't choose your goo. Zhu Ba chuckled. He endured Fang Yuan's attacks, each punch containing the strength of a boar's charge, a crocodile's bite, and a brown bear's slap, but he could still laugh. What kind of strength is this? As expected of our 4th Inner City's number 8 character. This aura is not fake. The spectators were all moved. Shut up, you fat pig! Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill, because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me, or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks, you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many goo did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time. Your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots, my vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant, Senior 8th Zhu. He is treating your goodwill as ill intent. Quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, Young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so, he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade, qi, wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade qi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared, Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meat. The Gu masters outside shouted excitedly. By Ningbing's gaze, also focused. Movement type rolling meat Gu with blade qi Gu? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore. Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash Gu. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh? This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang! With a muffled, thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang! He was sent flying again. Bang! He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Zheng has all-out effort Gu, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Zheng's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance Gu was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time, Fang Yuan was not sent flying. His fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently. The blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy Gu was heavily injured. The white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. There were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing, who had ice muscles to defend. but his muscles were mostly intact and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance Gu. Fong Yuan willed, and the bleeding stopped, the wound started to heal, and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fong Yuan does not have the canopy Gu. He can only rely on the self-reliance Gu's recovery. This battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fong Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield Gu. This kid has quite a lot of defensive Gu. First is the canopy Gu, then the golden shield Gu. Both are rank 3 defensive Gu. This kid is really rich. Golden shield Gu and the canopy Gu could not be used at the same time. It had been hidden by Fong Yuan. This was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned but soon reacted. She had added many new Gu worms, so Fong Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fong Yuan, the golden shield Gu was slightly better than the canopy Gu. It was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield Gu, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him. Fong Yuan charged, and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me. If you continue, you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. All right, when are you going to stop pretending? Fong Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fong Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge! He charged again. You don't know what's good for you. Then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fong Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash Gu. 50 steps away, he quickly turned around and charged back. Roar! The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort Gu, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fong Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his Gu worms, but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Roar! Zhu Ba was furious. He removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again, and he charged towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more Gu worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fong Yuan. In this world, there were many types of men. Some men loved home. Some men were born with great ambitions. Among them, there was a type of man, when he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fong Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Gu. His speed increased, and he charged 50 steps, using the strength of a steed. His speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fong Yuan to have such a trump card. He was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fong Yuan. And Fong Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words, only punch. This punch was extremely powerful. The air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fong Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch. The fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again, he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the goo worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy goo. Now he was activating these goo worms at the same time. If he was in good condition, it would be fine, but now his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the goo worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch, and this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted. Bear Strength Phantom, Boar Strength Phantom, Crocodile Strength Phantom, and Horse Strength Phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled, and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he held in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier, could it be that Fang Zheng was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood. This scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger, Fang Yuan, out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength. His arms were trembling, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. But he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape, I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat. He screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting Goo Master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Jing wins. Zhu Ba loses. The hosting Gu master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. Oh. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time, he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell. He admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past, I also walked the path of strength path, but did not succeed. But now I see hope in you. Do you know, many eyes are looking at you now. Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th Inner City when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were strength path Gu masters and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th Inner City. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me? Fang Yuan's footsteps. In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, Beast's strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhongde, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in 4th Inner City, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or Gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more Yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents and did his best to gather information. with Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom. Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself, and only fought 4 times a month at most, although there was a rule of forceful challenges. To prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn Yuan stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way, and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history, the star of hope for the recovery of strength path, a ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name, describing his various characteristics. Newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort, Gu, vicious and merciless. As long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day, in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging. Waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film. White light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage, he advanced to middle stage, and Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to bone-flesh unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ningbing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ningbing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 4 with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it, in a few days, you will also be promoted to 4th Inner Cities battle stage? Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm, and fight your way up. I can do the same. Bai Ningbing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end she added, "My aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Yanggu?" "Oh, so fast?" Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Vao Gu was gone, Bai Ningbing still had a use for it. "Don't worry, with me around, I can protect your life. We use the poison Vao Gu. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power?" Humph! Bai Ningbing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Vao Gu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed Fang Yuan is growing faster and gaining more. Bai Ningbing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin Gu to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin Gu could only increase the defensive strength of the Gu master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin Gu, on the other hand, expended the Gu Master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the third inner city battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city, Guyue Fangzheng, is he inside? Tai Ruanen pondered, walking in front of the group. Chapter 307. Tai Daoku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruanen saw that Tai Daoku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Daoku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Bai Ningbing. A few months ago, when he fought with Bai Ningbing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the hand-blade Gu was mercilessly taken away by Bai Ningbing. He was no longer Bai Ningbing's match. But Tai Daoku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Shang Clan City. He was like a lone wolf, silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fang and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanen took the initiative to lead the team here. Bai Ningbing actually injured you. Tai Daoku, your information was lacking. Why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanen frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Daoku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 Gu Master. He had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanen's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanen was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Shueleng's death spread to Tai clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 Gu Master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world. Even a huge clan like Tai clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Shueleng, a man whose fame spread throughout the southern border. He could be said to be a banner of Tai clan. Tai Shueleng's death was a loss to the whole Tai clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving, Tai Ruanen, as Tai Shueleng's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Shueleng fell, but Tai Ruanen slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanen's fame spread far and wide. Even Tai Daoku, who lived far away in Shang Clan City, heard of her deeds. Tai clan and Shang clan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanen could not obtain the position of Tai clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young, but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well deserved. Be it Tai Ruanen's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Daoku's respect. Tai Mu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanen waved her hand and said. Tai Mu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing Gu Master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Daoku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Tai Mu reported, "His eyes are crippled. This subordinate is useless. To heal it, a rank 5 Gu master is needed. He was being humble. He was only 28 years old, but had already reached rank 3 peak stage, an elite of Tai clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master, and her forces had expanded rapidly. Gathering many elites under her, Tai Mu was only one of them. In Shan Clan City, there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder Gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Shan Clan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Shan Clan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a hand-blade Gu. He was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master. Please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand. No rush. Bring me to Nan Chiu Garden. Didn't your information say that Fong and Bai are staying in Nan Chiu Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruanan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruanan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruanan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later, she was given the cold shoulder. Sorry, my 2 masters are cultivating in the secret room. Nan Chiu Garden's doorman said politely. What are you afraid? You want to be a coward. Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shan Clan. He was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai Clan. She would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. No matter. I asked the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters. We will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card, but my 2 masters are in closed cultivation. We do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight. The doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai Clan came again, but they were rejected again. I think that Fong and Bai are afraid of young master's might. They are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength targeted at us. Tai Clan guessed. Their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these 2 really think they were big shots? Even Shan Clan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. Don't be impatient. We will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruanan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nan Chiu Garden's doors were still shut. Tai Clan's emotions were at its peak. They almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruanan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Fong Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruanan? Hearing the servant's report, Fong Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Shuelung's daughter, but did she not die on Qingmao Mountain? When Tai Shuelung flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and iron hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan, Fong Yuan was fighting with Bai Ningbing, and his vision was obscured by the white form Immortal Snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense. There was no time to relax. Until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Fong Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan again. Thus, in Fong Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai Clan's father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruanan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai Clan's young master. Fong Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruanan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qingmao Mountain. She had interacted with him and Gyue Fangzheng. She was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life, and the development environment that Shang Clan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruanan, was someone that Fang Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shang Clan City, Fang Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak. If it was in my previous life, when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, and the speed of his growth was shocking, if he killed Tai Ruanan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now, he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world, and he was only rank 3. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts. Killing was the most direct method, but since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruanan does not know either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then, the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Gyue Fangzheng. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, how can I make up for it? In Shang Yanfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary, while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory. He considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage, I will sell the blood skull goo to Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei has been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull goo to him, he can raise Shang Xian Ci's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xian Ci so much for her. He did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven goo, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the blood skull goo, Fang Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull goo. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think. According to Tai Clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan should not know I have blood skull goo. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was, Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Gyue's desolate in physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai Clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Dao Ku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fang Zheng was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again it would be like this. Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng were twin brothers. They looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father, Tai Shueleng, died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan. but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high nose bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ningbing or Shang Xnci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Feng Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Feng Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Feng Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Feng Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain, my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land. There is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Feng Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Fang Zheng, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruanan changed the topic. Feng Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained, I know about Tai Daoku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap? You were courting death. How can you blame me? A life for a life, isn't that right? Tai Ruanan's expression turned solemn. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. If that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered. Tai Ruanan, after so many things happened, you and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter. The reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruanan was frank. The purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang Clan City. Once you leave Shang Clan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Feng Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruanan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Valgu. Tai Ruanan continued. Poison Valgu again? In truth, Feng Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words gu. The truth is nothing much. You are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Feng Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruanan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruanan did not notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Feng Yuan's tone changed. You already know? Tai Ruanan sighed faintly. The 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Gue Desolate Yin physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Feng Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Gue Desolate Yin physique? Feng Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait, no wonder at that time. Clan leader Guyu Bo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Feng Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity, as long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruonan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice. Fang Zheng, I know your heart is in pain, and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fang Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red. Don't say any more, since you already know. Why ask me? But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruonan's gaze pressured him. Fang Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruonan could not force him any further, and said faintly, Do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain. Looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son, but his parents are not around. My enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruonan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Fang Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Fang Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Fang Yuan is my brother after all. He is already dead. What else do you want? Tai Ruonan's eyes lit up. I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter, and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance, so my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fang Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, I would have used it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruonan looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions. It is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fang Zheng, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me. Let me make up for some of my regrets. Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruonan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a gu with overflowing blood qi. It was once used for long-range attacks. But after you changed to strength path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Fang Yuan was stunned before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the Blood Sea inheritance but purposely hid it? You should be referring to this gu, right? Fang Yuan willed and took out the Blood Moon gu from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruonan. This is my clan's Blood Moon gu. Didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining gu in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many gu died of hunger. Only this Blood Moon gu was left because it was easy to feed. Fang Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruonan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruonan inspected the Blood Moon gu before her expression relaxed. So it was like this, your clan leader put in a lot of effort to leave behind a fire seed. He did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. It is truly a magnificent feat. Fang Yuan snorted. So I have to live on and rebuild Guyue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruonan looked at Fang Yuan. She was only sighing, but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change. This was very normal. Fang Yuan looked at her calmly. People change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruonan shook her head. I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruanan spoke. I will bring Tai Daoku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan. Many people succeeded because of this. I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Fang Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruanan was not simple and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruanan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Daoku away. Fang Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Daoku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert. His battle strength could not be underestimated. And now he was recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated. Leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition. It was because Tai Ruanan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing. They were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage. As long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. In comparison, even though Fang and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Fang and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She had vast resources. Fang and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The 3 kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Tian Mountain were such shortcuts and shortcuts. Spring came and went, autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly. Another year passed. Nan Chiu Garden, secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining goo. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange, and green light floated in the air. It was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength, goo, go. Following Fang Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength, goo, caused the 3-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally, there were only 3 colors in the ball of light: red, orange, and green. Now, there was an ink-black color. The 4 colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other, and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the 4-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom! Suddenly, there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a 4-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Fang Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the goo refinement failure. It made Fang Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength, goo, cannot be bought. Fang Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength goo was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shang Clan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shang Clan City and was in charge of the shops in Shang Clan City. When Fang Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength goo, Shang Yizi secretly tried to stop Fang Yuan. 2 years ago, When Fang Yuan came to Shan Clan City, he tried to extort Shang Yizi. Thus, there was a conflict between them. Shang Yizi relied on Baigu inheritance to pass the clan test and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although, due to the poison Vao Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Fang Yuan. Shang Yizi was after all Shang Yanfei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Fang Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang clan's esteemed guests, but they were still outsiders and could not compare to Shang Yizi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength Gu, Fang Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength Gu was too low. Including today's round, Fang Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost Brown Bear Innate Strength Gu, Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu, and Stone Tortoise Strength Gu. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials and large amounts of Yuan stone. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Fang Yuan sighed. Gu refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Gu master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with, but because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, Gu refinement masters would often be bedridden due to Gu refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no Gu that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Fang Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Fang Yuan's battle strength, especially in a battle between experts. These minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Fang Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the Gu refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Fang Yuan calmly waited, and after a while he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress and had fought her way to 3rd Inner City, forming a set of Gu worms. She and Fang Yuan were neck and neck. With few defeats, they were known as the 2 rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The 2 did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat and stretched out her palm, placing it on Fang Yuan's back, injecting snow-silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. For hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic Gu and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way, I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's vital Gu, a rank 6 Gu. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qing Mao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone, Flesh, Unity Gu, and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process, she did not speak a single word and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. When I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the northern dark ice soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have spring autumn cicada, and she has the northern dark ice soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Jufeng Mountain. Ju Clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Ju Clan submitted to Shang Clan City. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus, there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength gu in this auction." Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength gu. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang Clan City. Young Master Shang Yizi is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Shang Yizi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang Clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength gu. Ju Clan Village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ju Clan Village had hundreds of years of history if they were to sell their assets now. There would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength gu was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year, I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength gu. Ju Clan Village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Jufeng Mountain are strong all year round, although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation. The environment is terrible. The Ju family storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What? This Ju clan has a bitter strength gu. In a study room, Shang Yizi frowned. In one hand he held a document which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good. I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength gu. Even father is paying attention to this auction. I cannot interfere. But, Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength gu. I can also participate in the auction. With me stopping you, I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Shang Yizi could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Ju clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Ju Clan Village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Ju Clan Village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Zhu clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shangclan City to seek refuge with Shangclan. Prices in Shangclan City were expensive. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their assets. To Zhu clan, this was a huge disaster. To others, this was a rare opportunity. Zhu clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Zhu family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shangclan City. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people. The spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Zhu clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago, the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Zhu clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently, Zhu clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude, so many Zhu clan clansmen entering Shangclan City. It will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shangclan City. Someone looked further. At this time a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shangclan young master Shang Qiunyou. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qiunyou walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yan Fei's eldest son. Greetings, young master Qiunyou. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master. We are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qiunyou. Everyone is well. Shang Qiunyou did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house, the crowd calmed down, but not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The 4th child, Shang Chaofeng, his hair was still messy and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, he was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way, there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Chaofeng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position and was Shang Xianxi's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter. He was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming. They complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shangclan City. The wings were formed. Right now, they were the 3rd largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi entered the private room, Another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pu Lao, Shang Fushi, and Shang Fushi walked in together while talking and laughing. These three were ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th among Shang Yen Fei's children. Because of benefits, they formed a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. Shang Pu Lao was in charge of all the brothels in Shangclan City. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fushi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fushi was short and fat. He was also a strength path gu master. His core gu was the tortoise fetus gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi had great martial strength. While Shang Pu Lao was talented in literature, they were the leaders of the three. 2 martial strength and 1 literature, they had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pu Lao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yen Fei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters, there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qiuniu. He was Shang Yen Fei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pu Lao, Shang Fushi, and Shang Fushi. These 3 had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fu Shi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yizi was a lone wolf. He was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qi was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Paixiu had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xianci ascend. I cannot compete with the 3 factions. Although Shang Xianci can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture. Her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xianci was Shang Yen Fei's illegitimate son. Her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xianci's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yen Fei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xianci will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xianci, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xianci to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yen Fei's children. Since he could not compete with the 3 factions, he had to target others. This point, not long after Fang Yuan entered Shangclan City, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xianci, Shang Xianci arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The 2 beauties of Shang clan. So beautiful! Young Master Shang Qi was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xianci, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xianci and Shang Qi held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qi was dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was like a peach blossom. She was charming and gentle. Shang Xianci was dressed in a green dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink, elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the two, there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xian's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xianci and Shang Qi walked straight to Fang Yuan's private room. Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yin, Shang Xianci greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yen Fei had used man, triumphing heaven, Gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years, he had used many precious Gu to raise Shang Xian's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B grade aptitude. Shang Yen Fei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xianci could feel his deep fatherly love. The gap between them had mostly disappeared, and she felt blissful. Shang Yen Fei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xianci lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to Gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yen Fei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qi when on the way. Fang Yuan, I came uninvited. You won't chase me away, right? Shang Qi laughed delicately, following Shang Xianci into the private room. How would I dare? Please sit. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side, hearing the commotion. She did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qi curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to 3rd Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qiuniao, Shang Pulao, and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these 2 to be able to walk together. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qi was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the 2-rank 4 Gu masters, Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu, in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang Clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qi, had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. Brother He Tu, long time no see, how are you? I heard you fought with Tung Jiu Long's Gu master. Shang Xianci sat beside Fang Yuan. Her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It has only been 10 days since we last met. Why do you say long time no see? As for Tung Jiulong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now, in this battle stage, only Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu are a threat to me. The others are nothing. Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, white light swordsmen. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. I have already inquired. The bitter strength Gu you want is the 13th auction item. But Shang Yizi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, Brother Fangzheng. Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private rooms should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang Clan. He controlled Shang clan's largest intelligence agency, Wind Rain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time, Shang Yizi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yizi, there are two others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuan Shi, the other is Zhu Kai Bei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Bai Shi had tortoise fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a strength path Gu master, not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City's substitute training company, even though it did not have much oil money. His 8th brother Shang Pu Lao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuan, she was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Bai, she wanted Bitter Strength Gu as allies, Shang Pu Lao and Shang Bai she would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kai Bei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level and was the strongest person in the battle stage of 3rd Inner City. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family, he would be the head of the clan. Zhu Kai Bei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yen Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yen Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master, with the same title as Zhu Kai Bei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yen Tu was a fire path Gu master. He would not have any designs on Bitter Strength Gu. But Zhu Kai Bei was a genuine strength path Gu master. He had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yen Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of yuan stone in his hands. Therefore, both Shang Bai Shi and Zhu Kai Bei were Fang Yuan's competitors. Brother, I have some extra money here. Take it. Next, Wei Yang gave Fang Yuan a primeval elder Gu. Shang Qi couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Fang Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light type Gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the yuan stone to Fang Yuan for Fang Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder Gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 yuan stone inside the primeval elder Gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that Gu worm of his own accord. Brother Wei, you are. Fang Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time he showed a moved expression. Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future. Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Fang Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder Gu to Fang Yuan. Shang Xianci also took out a primeval elder Gu. Brother He Tu, this is mine. On her primeval elder Gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xianci's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Fang Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. I will accept all of this. I will definitely repay you in the future. Fang Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the yuan stone. Shang Xianci smiled lightly, not caring about Fang Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these yuan stones to Fang Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Fang Yuan's personality, he would not accept her direct gift. So she could only borrow it. That's right. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Fang Yuan, and especially admired Fang Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Shang Qiu hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder Gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. Look, Jukai Bey is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life. He was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Ju Kaibei, a rank 4 Gu Master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd inner city battle stage. Senior Ju, my young master Shang Yazi invites you to the 5th private room for a chat. Sir Ju Kaibei, my young master Pu, Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room. Sir Ju Kaibei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation. Please accept it. At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd, representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Ju Kaibei. But Ju Kaibei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the 1st row of the hall. The servants looked at each other and left helplessly. Time passed. After Ju Kaibei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. His appearance was ordinary, but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue, splitting his face into 2 parts. From the bridge of his nose, it was split into 2 colors. He is Shangbuli to think he is here. Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected, Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shangbuli, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yanfei's number 1 general. He had rank 4 cultivation and had control of ice and fire goo-worms. He was Shang clan's number 1 official and also the Shang clan leader. In charge of the slave trade, his position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shang Buli's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang Clan City, but as the number 1 official, Shangbuli controlled all of Shang Clan's slave trade. Shangbuli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow? Are you a man? At this time, an unhappy voice came from behind. Shangbuli's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shangbuli heard this, his heart shook. He shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So, it is Lady Dr. Su Shou. I, Shangbuli, greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white. Her face was covered with a white veil. People could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shangbuli did not dare to look at her. His gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang Clan. She was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shangbuli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shangbuli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shangbuli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly. He could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yen Tu, who was on par with Ju Kaibei, Shang Yanfei's 5th general Yihua, Ibu Hui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Wanfeng, and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu Masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes, and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu Master was young and beautiful. She stood on the stage and used a voice amplification goo. She knew everyone was getting impatient. She spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Goo. Rank 4 goo worm, shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice. Its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type goo was collected by Ju clan village. Just like Guyue village, they had collected many goo worms that were not related to moon-type goo. Once the Frost Arrow Goo is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 goo masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female goo master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000, 80,000, 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the goo masters' bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female goo master's voice rose. This was the first time an esteemed guest had bid. 120,000. Shang Yizi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Shang Yizi continued, 140,000. Bai Ningbing looked deeply at Fang Yuan before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yizi trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ningbing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Shang Yizi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a Frost Arrow Goo. Humph, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Shang Yizi laughed coldly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the Frost Arrow Goo, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time, Shang Yizi is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xnci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look. This is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female goo master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious goo refinement material. Its living environment is special. It needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 goo refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone. The auction starts now. The female goo master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000, 58,000, 65,000, 70,000. The price continued to rise. Many people participated in the bidding. Most of them were professional goo refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare. Even Ju clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk. It only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks, as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Shang Yizi immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow. This is the 8th auction item. During this period, I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Shang Yizi every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item, next is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind gu, a rank 4 movement gu. It allows the gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of gu, movement type gu, were very outstanding. Chasing wind gu is a rank 4 gu. It can greatly increase a gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price. Shang Yizi immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan, Ibu Hui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan, Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, Chasing Wind Gu was bought by elder Ibu Hui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing Wind Gu contained the Tao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, Chasing Wind Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 Immortal Wind Gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only Chasing Wind Gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use Immortal Wind Gu, 7-star gu, and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel gu, dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel, and wine god travel. They were known as the 4 great movement gu. These 4 gu were all rank 5 gu. Among them, dream travel could allow a gu master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable gu, but it could allow a gu master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine god travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Let's not talk about it here. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Thus, he had the 2 recipes of carefree travel gu and fixed immortal travel gu. Among them, fixed immortal travel gu was what Fang Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it. Thus, he could only give up on it for now. All right. Next is the 13th item of this auction, a bitter strength gu. The female gu master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many gu masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this bitter strength gu. No one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female gu master made a bid, Fang Yuan had already shouted. Fang Yuan's words made Ju Kai Bei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Bai Shi followed up. 500,000. Fang Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice, it should be Guyue Fangzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a bitter strength gu. He has won so many times in the battle stage. His wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some strength path goo masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the bitter strength goo and wanted to try it. But who could have expected Feng Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female goo master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter strength goo was a rank 4 goo, but strength path goo worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than chasing wind goo. To think that Feng Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Ju Kai Bei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other goo worms. They were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang, Baishi hesitated as he looked at the 2 young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000, it is not worth it. Forget it, let Feng Zheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Feng Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the 2 competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female goo master was about to strike, Shang Yizi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Humph, Shang Yizi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Shang Yizi sneered. Feng Zheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Feng Zheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Feng Zheng has the purple thorn token. He is Shang clan's esteemed guest. He is not afraid of Shang Yizi's young master identity. But Shang Yizi controls all the shops in Shang clan city. He is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Feng Yuan shouted. Shang Yizi, you lost to me. You are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Shang Yizi immediately retorted. Bullshit, let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Shang Yizi and Feng Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang clan city. But to ordinary goo masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Shang Yizi became enemies with Feng Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yizi lost to Feng Yuan in a battle. Thus, he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yizi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Feng Zheng is a lawless person. It would be strange if the 2 did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Shang Yizi and Feng Zheng went to Qin Yan brothel together. They were interested in the top lady, and you. But in the end, Feng Zheng succeeded. Thus Shang Yizi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, Look, Miss Inu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her. Thus, everyone looked at Lady Inu with questioning gazes. Lady Inu was stunned. She did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly. Lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Inu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady and you like Fang Zheng? Why? Because Shang Yizi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fang Zheng is full of energy. Every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort gu. The wild boars charge, the brown bears smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. Such a man. Which girl would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together. Their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Anu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous. I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fang Zheng, with me here today you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Shang Yizi laughed proudly. He added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you. It is just 810,000. What's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Shang Yizi hesitated. I know what I am doing. Fang Zheng is determined to get the bitter strength gu. When Fang Zheng raises the price again, I will raise it again, and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength gu. That is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger. This is really delightful. Ha ha ha. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time, I will let you go. You can have the bitter strength gu. Servant. Chapter 313. Haha. Shang Yizi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But Brother Fang Zheng, you did not buy the bitter strength gu. Are you really fine? At the side, Shang Xnci also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength gu, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this gu. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000. It is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high, and Brother He too will be injured. Shang Xnci said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. He had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. This Fang Zheng played Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength gu. The crowd's eyes were bright. Shang Yizi is an idiot. He is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fang Zheng acted really well. Even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight, Shang Yizi is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge. Thus, he kept bidding. But Fang Zheng did not get what he wanted. Both were losers. Thus, the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy. One bitter strength gu sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth, they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous Lady Anu. Crack! Shang Yizi threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the 5th private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Shang Yizi sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fang Zheng. 810,000. He bought a bitter strength gu. He had no use for it. Shang Yizi felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback, and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Zheng, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Shang Yizi screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 20th. A wave of bidding war erupted, the atmosphere was heated, and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Feng Yuan and Shang Yizi. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere goo. The female goo master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind goo's shape was like a butterfly. It had a pair of azure blue wings, and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere goo was a very special goo. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind. It was a natural goo. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path, and other goo worm recipes, trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural goo worms, trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new goo worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere goo not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, goo masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs. After the goo master used the atmosphere goo, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and goo masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, goo masters found that atmosphere goo was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food, but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere goo, they changed their habit of brewing wine and had more food. The clan grew stronger. Atmosphere goo could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history, there was a famous example. 2 clans fought. The weaker side used atmosphere goo, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female goo master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of goo. There were all sorts of goo worms. The female goo master gave a long introduction, saying, "Atmosphere goo, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone. 300,000. Clan elder Bu Hui was the first to bid. 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Luanfeng did not back down. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang said he was in charge of Fengyu Manor and hoped to use this atmosphere goo to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Feng Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Shang Yizi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for 1 atmosphere goo? Fang Zheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000. If he spent another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice sold. The female goo master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere goo was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fang Zheng, this atmosphere goo can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xnci had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the 2 elders from clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000. It is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this gu. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, What? You also want to rebuild Guyua village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere gu. Earlier, he had thought Fang Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan smiled, not explaining much. So secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Fang Yuan's style. She knew he had a motive and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere, gu was a set of eating wind gu. 38 eating wind gu were combined into one set and auctioned together. Eating wind gu was only a rank 2 gu worm, but it was very useful. It allowed gu masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Ju Clan Village was located on Ju Foam Mountain and specialized in wind-type gu worms. Eating wind gu was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44. Fang Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type gu, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado gu. Just as Fang Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a gu worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female gu master slowly introduced. Next, she added, This recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet. This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious gu refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully, because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female gu master was experienced. She purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female gu master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence, Treasure, King Lotus. This series of gu is too famous. It is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerable's core gu. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Ju Clan Village had such a collection, the crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female gu master continued, I believe everyone has some understanding of Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Lotus. I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a gu worm. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Lotus as the refinement material? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced, but Shang Clan values integrity. This recipe indeed needs Heavenly Essence, Treasure, Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Ju Clan could not refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere. It is too awkward. That was close. Luckily, Feng Jing asked. The most important thing is whether this recipe is real or fake. We have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Ju Clan. It must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some Gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Ju Clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years. It had deep foundations. These Ju Clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Don't leave yet, let me host. Feng Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant, there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Feng Zheng, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart engraved gu and handed it to Feng Yuan. Heart engraved gu was like a ladybug the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart engraved gu was a storage-type gu. It was similar to a bookworm, storing information. Heart engraved gu could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart engraved gu only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart engraved gu, and so on. The heart engraved gu that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots. It meant this heart engraved gu was a rank 4 gu. However, to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart engraved gu. Feng Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion, he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart engraved gu, Feng Yuan did not take it, instead saying, "Since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now? It will save me the trouble of refining it again." "All right." Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart engraved gu let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will, the flowing light pounced into Feng Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, the main gu worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps, as well as the things to take note of during the refinement, were all there. These contents, Feng Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart engraved gu, deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Feng Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4, its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Feng Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Feng Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some goo to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a heavenly yuan treasure lotus in my hands. However, although the heavenly origin treasure lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the blood skull goo. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my goo worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Feng Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing. Thus, he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Feng Jing has already been in Shangclan City for over 2 years. His strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine. Although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He, too, have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xnci was also thinking, but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Gu Master circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Gu Masters about their Gu worms. Gu worms were the foundation of a Gu Master. They were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Gu worms were exposed, the Gu Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Gu Masters could not ask each other's Gu worms. This was a huge taboo. Feng Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the Bitter Strength goo and bought Atmosphere goo. Why? Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Feng Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 goo worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xinci sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the goo the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a Bitter Strength goo. It would be a piece of cake. Feng Yuan had been looking for Bitter Strength goo since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yizi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xinci really wanted to help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan patted Shang Xnci's shoulder, smiling. No worries, who knows, Shang Yizi might hand over that Bitter Strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that Bitter Strength goo. He has already become a laughing stock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang-Chi shook her head, feeling that Feng Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xnci's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Feng Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ningbing." Me. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days, this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Feng Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xnci, his expression turning solemn. Xnci, do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Feng Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xianci did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Feng Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xianci smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high and his force is strong can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xianci's words were flat and not impassioned at all, but everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang-Chi also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xianci for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang Clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xianci, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Haha, well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang Clan young master. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xianci to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xianci's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was, after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xianci was kind-hearted, different from Feng and Bai. She wanted to become strong, other than for herself. She wanted to give happiness to the people around her. Hee. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xianci will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children, and there is only one young master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang-Chi smiled, giving advice to Shang Xianci, but in her heart she did not think so. Shang Xianci's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang Clan, and Zhang Clan had always had deep grudges with Shang Clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone, with little power who would support her. Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Shang Xianci into a Gu-master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage, in a way, was also a disadvantage. Shang Xianci was isolated, and even Shang-Chi was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Shang Xianci to become Shang Clan young master, and the chances were slim. Feng Yuan was well aware of Shang Xianci's disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xianci only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life, Shang Xianci was alone, but in this life, she had Feng Yuan's help. Xianci, don't worry, with our help, there is no need for next year. You will become young master this year. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang-Chi smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Feng Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Feng Zheng, this matter concerns the battle for Shang Clan young master. It is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ningbing. Fong Yuan laughed. Oh, at once, everyone's gazes gathered on by Ningbing. As the focal point, Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts, and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 3:15. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength, goo. In the study room, Shang Yizi looked at the goo worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this goo, but he had to endure it. This bitter strength, goo, was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Shang Yizi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength, goo, was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Shang Yizi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction, he was schemed against by Fong Yuan in front of everyone. Now he had become a laughingstock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master. Your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Shang Yizi's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything, but this made Shang Yizi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently. I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fan Zheng, you dared to go against me. You dared to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light as he started to think of ways to scheme against Fong Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fong Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered? What is this? Get in here. Shang Yizi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang Clan City are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fang Zheng for Lady Anu, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fang Zheng a lesson. Miss Anu? The top girl from Qin Yen Brothel? What nonsense. Shang Yizi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued. There are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fang Zheng had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment, you had made false accounts. What? Shang Yizi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly. Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall, and they are sending Gu masters to investigate. Ah! Shang Yizi was extremely shocked. His mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules. Even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Shang Yizi was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fang Zheng, No one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Shang Yizi mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young, and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years, and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nan Chou Garden, Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big. On both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks, there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion, there was a chessboard stone table, with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black. His eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white. With silver hair and blue eyes, her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece and looked outside the pavilion at the lake. This Shang Yizi is so stupid, his reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry. I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Shang Yizi panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you, to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago, you already wanted to harm Shang Yizi, didn't you? You just endured until now. When the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled and put down a piece, answering, Shang Yizi is a petty person who will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Shang Xianci has just arrived and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Shang Yizi, we will push Shang Xianci up. She will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore. A blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan schemes were linked to each other. They were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Shang Yizi was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fang Zhang, where are you? Come out. Shang Yizi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Shang Yizi easily found Fang and Bai. Fang Zhang, you still have the time to play chess? Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this? Shang Yizi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, If I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid. Shang Yizi, don't you remember that we used the poison Vao Gu together? Shang Yizi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right. If Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it. Shang Yizi was stunned. His calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust. He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger, His gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied, as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. "Oh, you want to fight here? Fight me?" Bai Ningbing slowly stood up. Her beautiful face was cold as ice. Her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. "I am rank 3 peak stage. I have never lost in the battle stage. I also have the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Shang Yizi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage, and lived like a prince. He was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shan Yanfei. "Fang Zheng, you betrayed us. You will die a horrible death. How did she know about our deal? No, you betrayed the poison vow. Why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison vow goo?" Shang Yizi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really." Fang Yuan shook his head. "The content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret. We cannot leak it to an unknown third party." But before the poison vow goo, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus, I did not betray the poison vow. Shang Yizi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole. But why did Shang Yizi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party. Just looking at the sentence, there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison vow goo, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact he had already expected it. Thus he made Shang Yizi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Shang Yizi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison vow goo, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Shang Yizi breathed roughly. The more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. "Ah!" He roared. Finally, unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew. The stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Shang Yizi took 3 steps back. He felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. "Shang Yizi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me. Luckily, I dodged in time. If the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Ah! Fang Zheng, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and peel off every inch of your flesh." Shang Yizi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. "Shang Yizi, you better shut up. If you scold me again, I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished. The Internal Affairs Hall is investigating. You will not live for long." These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Shang Yizi. That's right, his young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it. He had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fang Zheng, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanqiu Garden was to find Fang Zheng to collude with him. Thinking of this, Shang Yizi felt a wave of disgust. These 2 bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood, eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me. Shang Yizi could not accept this. He could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Shang Yizi's expression. He saw that Shang Yizi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Shang Yizi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark and even snatching bitter strength gu from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap, but I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far, how did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him, but a mere Shang Clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave. I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Shang Yizi did not leave. He stood his ground, motionless, like a stake, but his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon his forehead was covered in sweat. He was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Shang Yizi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around, and it reminded him that the bitter strength gu was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate, Shang Yizi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength gu. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength gu. I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength gu to Fang Zheng, what am I? I will be the laughing stock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength gu, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fang Zheng and me? I can't accept this, but in the end, I am buying a gu for Fang Zheng. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fang Zheng, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength gu, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now, I have to hand the bitter strength gu to him. Am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength gu is not the key now. The key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yizi's thoughts were running wild, his ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face, his gaze was wavering, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knew the time had come. Shang Yizi, I told you to leave. Why aren't you leaving? Never mind. Look at your pitiful state. I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go. I heard that Zhu Kaibei and Yen Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Shang Yizi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you, please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength gu in his aperture and held it with his trembling hands. Fang Zheng, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength gu, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty, but it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Shang Yizi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength gu? Bai Ningbing stopped and looked at it. This bitter strength gu was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body. Its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength gu. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed and said, Shang Yizi, I know what you mean. But do you think I must have your bitter strength gu? Although bitter strength gu is hard to refine, As long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want, fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Gu Fangzheng, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Shang Yizi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Shang Yizi quickly said, I, Shang Yizi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangzheng. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength Gu, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, Gu worms, and Gu refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop. I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Shang Yizi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Shang Yizi not only gave out the bitter strength Gu and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew this was Shang Yizi's delaying tactic. Shang Yizi was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength Gu first. I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer, but this was enough to make Shang Yizi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first. In the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shang Yizi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangzheng, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Shang Yizi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, All right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, When I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later, in the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report regarding Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly. It was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Shang Yizi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangzheng by Ningbing. Shang Yanfei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yizi, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was Shang clan's young master. 2 mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xanci, but in Shang Yanfei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane, Gu immediately flew out. Plotting against my son, as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment, of course. It is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane Gu's speed was extremely fast. It flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room, there were 2 people. One was tall like a tower. The other was thin like a stick. The 2 looked at the secret letter and looked at each other. They were Ju Kai Bei and Yen Tu, 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Weren't these 2 arch enemies? If others were to see the 2 of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These two people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. They dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was they were Shang Yen Fei's hidden pawns. Shang clan rules stated that as long as a Gu master can dominate Shang clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nan Chiu Garden, Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage, snow, silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber, there was only silence, but in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble! A snow-silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage, snow-silver primeval essence that was converted from bone-flesh unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light. Thus, it was called light, silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less. Thus, it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus, it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful. Thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane. Light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice no longer flowing. It settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker, and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic Gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox. He is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Shang Yizi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry. I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Shang Yizi, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now, Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Shang Xianci had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yen Fei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half sky of the battle stage. When the two half skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shangclan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master, while the other was only rank 3. There was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yan Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said, "There's no need," Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and did not turn around. Instead, he snickered. "You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving." Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yan Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic goo. This goo was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic goo was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price to Fang Yuan at that time was out of reach. Relic goo series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Gu worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white silver relic goo without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture goo and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Feng Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and bone-flesh unity goo, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain, this time, Feng Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster. Otherwise, I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed, and soon it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage, there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Gu masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the 2 main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick, and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. Little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged. Old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded, Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang! A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Gu, Pill Fire Gu. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill fire collided in midair. The icicle melted, but the pill fire still flew towards Bai Ningbing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ningbing's icicle Gu was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill fire Gu was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hailed Gu and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes. When the pill fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu laughed dryly and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the 2 could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the 2 dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle, but Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There's no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Feng Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xnci had also arrived and were standing beside him. The three were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4. There is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Feng Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xnci sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yen Fei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the three were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers like an eagle's claw and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Qin knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tu's day. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo. Its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost arrow goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The frost arrow goo was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost arrow goo was also a rank 3 goo that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam, bam, bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tuesday. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent, like an icy wind blowing on his face. "Good blade!" Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. Sigh, I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. The battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the 2 flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do 3 things at once, although he was only controlling these 2 flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Goo was a rank 4 Goo. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Goo, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Goo and defensive Goo were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Goo master, and this set of Goo worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Goo masters had limited primeval essence. There was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Goo and defensive Goo that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Goo worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These 2 flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yong stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Goo and Frost Arrow Goo were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire goo and flaming snake goo. Yen too had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen too had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting, but Yen too saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yong frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xinci gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice crystal goo. She brazenly used her vital goo, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive type goo master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack, crack! Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen too teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen too quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost breath goo. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path goo master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement goo, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement goo again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus, Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air in the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen too easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice crystal goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated ice crystal goo, she was also activating vitality goo to maintain her life force. But even with vitality goo, it could only prolong the usage of ice crystal goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path goo master, but this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man. I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Ice Blade Storm, appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms. The sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality Gu turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver, and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality Gu had another advantage. Once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own. No need to control it. Whirlwind Gu, Tornado Gu. Bai Ningbing used these two Gu one after another. Whirlwind Gu was also a movement-type Gu, but it only increased the Gu Master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly, and when the Tornado Gu was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice Blade Gu, Ice Crystal Gu, Whirlwind Gu, Dragon Favor. Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Feng Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the Ice Blade Storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The Ice Blade Storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move. This is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many Gu did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xanxi's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, "This move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen." Tuesday, Feng Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the Guworms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 Gu Master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yen Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several Guworms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the goo worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all goo masters had. Only those goo masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good. This move is getting stronger. I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yen, too, was extremely experienced and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other goo masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yen, too, was extremely shrewd and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them. It would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yen, too, decided in his heart. Fuel oil goo. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yen, too, exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil goo. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The ice blade storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down, and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The ice blade storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the ice blade storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire snake goo. Yen, too, snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm. She and Yen, too, had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of 2 extremes, ice and fire. The 2 fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the ice blade storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Goo. Yen, too, raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Goo on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Goo did not attack the ice blade storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes, but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yen, too, through the combination of Fire Snake Goo and Fire Claw Goo, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Goo's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen, too's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill, in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen Tu to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic, or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the Ice Blade Storm, its two fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the Ice Blade Storm. The white Ice Blade Storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the two fire dragons could not hold on any longer and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen Tuesday. The two fire dragons attacked again and again, but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill. Can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen Tu. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the Ice Blade Storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed. It cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn. He was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fong Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on. She had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fong Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will, but not the strength. This Ice Blade Storm was her first time practicing. Her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The Ice Blade Storm lacked a driving force. It could only rotate on the spot. This was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath. The tornado is too dense. I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking. Reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted. She had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen Tu had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the Ice Blade Storm. Maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated. The predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen Tu, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic Ice Blade Storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into two completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely. The two orange fire dragons fought against the Ice Blade Storm. They failed again and again, but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen Tu, the strength of a rank 4 Gu-master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the third strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the third. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Ju Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. There were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the ice blade storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there. They not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure Lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Feng Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant, he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tuesday, Feng Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu Master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your ice crystal Gu, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it, Bai Ningbing snorted, and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xanci let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity if Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the frost demon Gu. The situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice crystal Gu was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Gu was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the Frost Demon Gu, Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful! Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yan Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shangclan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yan Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital Gu and is injured, the Ice Crystal Gu is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fang Zheng and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanqiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xinci expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xinci instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xinci nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yan Tuesday's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the Ice Crystal Gu. Zhu Kaibei is a Strength Path Gu Master. If Brother Heitu loses All-Out Effort Gu, Bai Ningbing lost the Ice Crystal Gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the All-Out Effort Gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. All right, I will be refining Gu in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage Gu master. Comparable to Yan Tuesday, Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the Gu refinement succeeds, with the help of that Gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the Gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine Gu. First inner city. In the study there was a soft light. Shang Yan Fei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tuesday. Shang Yan Fei watched the entire battle from start to finish. Only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital Gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yan Fei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yan Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Shang Xinci. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fang Jing's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shan Clan City's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price, with living treasure door guarding it. Even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Zheng is a strength path Gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xinci. Shang Yan Fei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kai Bei. This is for you. Zhu Kai Bei looked through it and muttered to himself. Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass goo. If I don't have this goo, I cannot choose the all-out effort goo. Saying so, Zhu Kai Bei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo. This legendary goo was extremely attractive to a strength path Gu master like him. But Shang Yanfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fang Zheng until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kai Bei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled. Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang Clan's hidden elders. We have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kai Bei nodded his head heavily and sighed. Speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic Gu master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kai Bei chuckled. Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic Gu masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows? One day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic Gu masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic Gu masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the Gu's food, Yuan Stone, their own safety, and so on. The 2 gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day the 2 met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic Gu masters. After the 2 sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the 2 were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period, they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength, their primeval essence was also expended, and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the 2 made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sai, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang Clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring after this battle, I will go to Shang Clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kai Bei fiercely cursed. For some reason, the 2 said it at the same time. After saying so, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the 2 laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran, demonic Gu masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time. You are covered in dust. Ju Kaibei winked and said, others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually, Ju Kaibei was solemn like steel and meticulous, but in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed. This by Ningbing is not simple. She will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two. If she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Ju Kaibei nodded. I also disguised myself to watch your battle. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Ju Kaibei's shoulder. That Fang Zheng is as famous as by Ningbing. They came to Shangclan City together and lived together. Their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu. Some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ningbing's strength, Fang Zheng is definitely not weak. Brother Ju, when you are at your strongest, is also when you are at your weakest. You need to be careful. Ju Kaibei smiled proudly. Brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a gu from his aperture. This gu was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. Hard chi gu. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock. This is great, Brother Ju. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this gu, you can make up for your weakness. This gu is precious and not commonly seen. You need to feed it well. Ju Kaibei nodded. After keeping the hard chi gu, he sighed. Unfortunately, this is only a hard chi gu and not strength chi gu. If I had strength chi gu, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change. It would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily. You are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared. Strength chi gu is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi gu. Don't be greedy. Ju Kaibei also laughed. That's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy. Ha ha ha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path gu worms could be transformed into formless gu worms. Their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 gu masters cultivated chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline. This was the law of nature. Chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Ju Kaibei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation. His reputation was awe-inspiring, and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly, and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shangclan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Chi-Wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Ju Kaibei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fang Zheng win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Zheng has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kaibei. Fang Zheng is only rank 3 middle stage. Although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than by Ningbing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kaibei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Zheng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Shang Xanci and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd. Even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Shang Xanci. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time, there were almost no spectators, and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The 3 kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Shang Xanci. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Shang Xanci becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang Clan City. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang Clan's external elder. Shang Yan Fei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang Clan's external elder. Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity, in the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles. Zhu Kaibei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature. His expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic Pathgu masters and was one of Shang Yan Fei's capable generals. On his body, the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now and was using breath concealment goo. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? He. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago, he had refined that goo, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose. I can't fall. I have to win. I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning. Even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic Gu master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed. I have to keep winning. There is no what if and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Feng Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all. Step on other people's corpses, step on them, and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world. No matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle. They can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Feng Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kai Bei walked to Feng Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Feng Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All out effort, Gu! Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its 4 hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Feng Yuan activated vertical crash Gu. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kai Bei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horse power could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Feng Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Feng Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kai Bei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, 2 tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into 2 pure, white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kai Bei's chest. But the wound did not bleed. Instead, it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Feng Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kai Bei did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Feng Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The 2 shoulders collided fiercely. Feng Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kai Bei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kai Bei was not Feng Jing's match? All-out effort Gu's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Feng Zheng suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Feng Yuan attacked. Breath concealment. Gu's effect was broken. The aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but soon it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon, these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon it covered Zhu Kai Bei's arms, waist, and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kai Bei continuously activating the ivory white armor Gu. Ivory white armor Gu was a rank 4 Gu worm. It had strong defense. But its weakness was it needed to grow for a period of time. It had no ductility. When the battle ended, the Gu master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Feng Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier, he did not use Golden Shield Gu copper skin, iron bone, steel tendon. These three complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and Strength Path Gu Masters had high requirements for defense Gu. The collision just now was just a small test. This Jukai Bei has great strength. He is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam, bam, bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Jukai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory-white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Jukai Bei's strength was also increasing, from being suppressed at the start to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had detailed information on Jukai Bei. He knew that he had a rank for habitual strength Gu. All-out effort Gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current Strength Path Gu Masters had developed habitual strength Gu. Habitual strength, Gu's predecessor, was the rank 3 accumulation strength Gu. Strength accumulation, Gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time, the Gu Master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Jukai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Jukai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Jukai Bei's chest, while Jukai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back. They were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Jukai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory-white armor. There were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Jukai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory-white armor became thicker, turning Jukai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Jukai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank for yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank for Gu worms. Just one ivory-white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin, and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick, both sides exchange blows. Fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fang Zheng is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Jukai Bei, we need to defeat him first. Don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Jukai Bei had habitual strength Gu. The longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say. Who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank for cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fang Zheng can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu Master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xanci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl! Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Jukai Bei. Dragon Elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood. Its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour. not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo, Rank 4. Feng Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Goo, Green Bull Labor Goo, and others, which were also Rank 3 Goo. Since Jukai Bei became a Rank 4 Goo Master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Goo, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment he raised his arms. All-out Goo, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him, a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Jukai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Feng Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Jukai Bei to take a step back, while Feng Yuan was sent flying by Jukai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Feng Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Feng Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Jukai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength Goo. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of 1 dragon elephant. Jukai Bei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Feng Jing did not restrain Jukai Bei. Jukai Bei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Jukai Bei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow Silver Primeval Essence continued to pour into the all-out effort Goo. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python. 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength Goo, Feng Yuan used white elephant primeval strength Goo and black python coiling strength Goo, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Feng Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength Goo, he did not use any other strength Goo. In the arena, Feng Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive. Fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Jukai Bei had just erupted and used the strength of 1 dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Goo started to accumulate strength again. But Feng Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Feng Yuan flying. As time passed, Feng Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Jukai Bei's enormous strength. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Jukai Bei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, chance. Jukai Bei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Jukai Bei did not have time to block. He could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly, there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Feng Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Feng Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, None of the beast phantoms were his match. Feng Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but Dragon Elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, two Dragon Elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Feng Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Feng Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam, 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Feng Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Feng Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Feng Zheng might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu. How can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon, someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem, but Feng Zheng himself. Feng Zheng has the strength of 8 beasts. He is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort Gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength Gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Feng Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xanxi's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs, and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Feng Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. Hee hee ha ha ha. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Feng Zheng talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Feng Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank. He felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear. The demonic path life worse than death. You have to move forward. You have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. Your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang Clan and became a hidden elder. All these years he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Feng Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past. I don't even want to think about the past. A prodigal son is worth more than gold. I have already repented. I have started a new life. I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled. A trace of extreme hatred towards Feng Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon travel tiger steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 dragon travel tiger steps Gu. It allowed Jukai Bei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Jukai Bei's body. Jukai Bei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Feng Yuan. Howl! Dragon elephant phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shock wave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Jukai Bei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Feng Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant. But why were the results so different? Jukai Bei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Feng Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Feng Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.